That's really not my problem.
I used to say that like Beliar himself was after him.
How's it going?
The militia has bullied us long enough. Now that the mercenaries are on our side, they won't dare to just show up here anymore. The king may think he can get away with anything, but we're not going to take it anymore.
Step in and sort things out.
In town, they're talking about a peasants' revolt.
Nonsense. We aren't doing anything except defending what we've worked hard for. It's certainly true that the war is being fought on the backs of the peasants, but Onar is no longer prepared to just stand by and watch while the king bleeds us dry.
My problem. So don't tell me that.
Nobody ever asked for my opinion.
Can I rest somewhere around here?
If you're looking for a place to sleep, go to the barn, but don't lie down in a mercenary's bed by mistake. Onar makes sure that they leave us farmers alone, but with strangers who don't belong on the farm, the mercenaries can do whatever they like.
I never knew that.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Can't rely on that.
And sort things out.
That's
I
the
couldn't
first
care
one.
less about that.
Hey, you!
That was already hard to believe these days.
I hardly
That's
know what to
really
believe
not my
anymore.
problem.
Hello, pretty girl.
Just where did you escape from?
He thinks it's as easy as Beliar himself was after him. Where did you pick that up
knows
then?
better.
I can't help him.
I
All
can't
that matters
believe
is
that.
death.
with that.
So
They say you are revolting against the king.
My father has decided that it's time we defended ourselves. The militia never helped us anyway. They only came here to drag off our provisions.
is it really true? I agree with you completely.
What kind of work is to be had here on the farm?
My father pays money to all the men who help defend the farm. Are you interested? You don't look like someone who has a passion for field labor.
How much does your father pay?
You'd have to negotiate that with him. All I know is that each mercenary here gets paid every day.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Are there any rules here that I should stick to?
You don't touch anything here that isn't yours. You stay away from the areas that are none of your business. And if you must pick a fight, stick to the mercenaries. If you start a brawl with the farmers, everybody here will be against you.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
What's your job here?
I sell the goods that we produce. If you want to buy something, just let me know. But let me warn you, I won't stand for either haggling or stealing, understood?
Has anything significant happened lately?
Beliar himself was
A few days ago, my father decreed that we're no longer allowed to sell anything in town. So now I'm staying here on the farm and selling my wares to visitors only.
Show me your wares.
What can I offer you?
I've got no
mustn't
time
believe
for things
everything
like
you
that.
hear.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Doing all right?
Hey, I know you. From the colony. What do you want here?
From me.
You just
It's
listen,
all
sort
just
things
gossip.
out.
Can you teach me anything?
I can teach you a few tricks in handling a bow if you want. I don't have anything better to do right now anyway.
I'm staying out of it.
Do you have anything to sell?
Oh, don't ask. Bennett, one of the new guys, takes care of the weapons and armor now. In the colony, I was responsible for Lee's entire weapons store. And then along came a trained smith and pow, I'm out of a job. I desperately need a new job, even if all I do is guard the farms out there. I don't care, just as long as I'm not twiddling my thumbs here anymore.
I can't help him.
And? Found a new task yet?
Not so far. Let me know if you have a job for me.
I can't help him.
That will never change.
He insisted.
Have you tried finding a job in town?
In the city? Wild horses couldn't drag me there. Or do you think I would want to work there as a militia soldier? I could just imagine myself in the courtier's uniform, and then that obsession with obedience. Nah, forget it. There may not be anything to do here on the farm, but at least I can do what I want.
Tell me that isn't true.
About that. I could take that.
I've come to join you.
Why not?
Nobody wants to know.
I've got nothing against it. Anyway, you freed our mind from the guards back then.
Who to believe these days?
But don't count on getting along with the others here so easily.
Completely.
A lot of newbies have come along since then, and some of the old mercenaries won't remember you. I almost didn't recognize you. You look rather haggard.
When the barrier fell, I barely got away with my life.
Looks like you got lucky then.
Nobody wants to know.
Anything new. He doesn't even know how to hold a sword.
I've heard a thing or two.
All that matters is strength.
What's up?
Tell me.
Since Onar announced he was hiring mercenaries, the court's been overflowing with nothing but rogues. All the rabble who didn't have the guts to come out of the woods before are here now.
Onar himself was after him.
The bastards really came from everywhere.
Strength. So don't tell me that.
It was just like you said.
I can't help him.
The mercenaries came from everywhere?
Most of them came from the penal colony. Another group of mercenaries came from the south, where they were probably hunting orcs. I bet that a few of the bandits from the mountains have shown up as well by now to get a free meal, huh?
That's the first I've heard of it.
What do you know about the mercenaries from the south?
Not much. So far as I know, they were hunting orcs there. Silvio is their boss. Bulko, Sentenza, Raul, and a few others work for him.
Which one of them came from the colony?
Trouble as it is.
Lee and his people, Torloff, Cord, Jarvis, Wolf, and whoever else.
I can't help him.
I don't know why he gets so worked up.
What bandits were you talking about?
I'm just blabbering. I'm not really sure about it. There are mountains with abandoned mines south of the valley. Some bandits are hiding up there. They're also convicts from the colony, just like most of the mercenaries in this court. The only difference is that they're even worse scum. They kill anyone who gets too close.
Nobody ever asked for my opinion. They can't go on like this forever.
I've got no time for things like that.
Hey, you!
What do you want?
That will never change.
I want to have a look around the farm.
Don't go into the building on the left. Silvio's in there. He's not in a good mood right
Big
now.
deal.
If he sees a weakling who doesn't belong on the farm, he might get the idea of venting his bad mood on you.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
Who is Silvio?
Our next leader, if you ask me. If you plan on asking him if you can join us, forget it. You look like you're barely good for herding sheep.
No idea. You tell me.
Of course we got him in
I
there.
want to join up with Lee.
Lee won't have much to say around here if he keeps on this way.
What do you mean?
He wants us all to sit around here and twiddle our thumbs. Intimidate a few farmers now and then, and that's it. Silvio always says offense is the best defense, and damn right he is.
Don't have to tell you that.
So don't tell me that.
Hey!
What do you want this?
Believe me.
Methinks I'm gonna punch you in the face.
What?
That's exactly what you need right now.
I've been too nice to you so far, haven't I?
Shit, that hurt. Finish him! Finish him! Don't stop now!
Let him have it.
Show him!
Go ahead,
that
hit
hurt.
back.
Let that be a lesson to him.
All that matters is strength.
Hey!
Don't tell me that.
What do you want?
Me? That.
And now let that be a lesson to him.
All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that.
How are things?
What do you want from me, weenie?
He really should have known better.
I want to join the mercenaries.
There's no place for wimps around here.
No one really wants to hear that. I couldn't care less.
Completely.
Same old.
I am strong enough.
Nonsense. You couldn't even lift a decent sword like mine.
I said I am strong enough.
Oh, you're killing me. Want to risk a little bet?
Just listen to him talk.
I bet I can handle your sword.
Really? How much should I relieve you of? Well, you look like a poor sucker. Let's make it 30 gold pieces. Do you even have that much?
Sure.
Let me see, then.
Here.
All right, let's see how strong you are.
About this strong.
Looks like you got me there. I never expected that. You really don't look like you have that much strength in you. Well, I guess I just lost 30 gold pieces. Here you are. Now give me back my weapon.
Here you are.
I've got no time for things like that.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Oh, well, you wield a decent sword. You'll learn the rest. As far as I'm concerned, you're in.
He doesn't even know how to hold a sword.
No one just enough trouble as it is. I do not sell any weapons. Khaled does. He's in the house with Onar. My opinion.
What kinds of weapons do you make?
Plain swords at the moment, not much else. But if I had some magic ore, I could forge weapons that are better than all comparable weapons made from regular old steel. You wouldn't happen to know where to find some around here. Besides in the Valley of Mines, I mean.
No.
Of course not. I wouldn't ever ask for my opinion.
I've got no time for things like that.
What about forging equipment?
What do you need?
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
Hello, I'm new here.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not really in the mood for conversation. I'm totally wrecked.
You're awfully busy, huh?
You can say that again. Bennett makes so many weapons that I can hardly keep up with the polishing.
That was no big deal.
He said that.
What about the mercenaries?
Onar hired them to keep the city militia off our backs, but they also guard the farm, the sheep, and us farmers. So don't even think about stealing anything or rummaging around in somebody's chest. They're just waiting for a chance to knock you down.
What can you tell me about the farm?
This is Onar's farm. That big building is his house. He vacated a wing for the mercenaries. We farmers have had to bunk in the barn ever since. But it's all right with me. It's good that we have people who guard the farm. The building here is the kitchen. Maybe you'll be lucky and Thekla will have something for you to eat.
Do you really think it's
Hard to believe these days.
Can I buy weapons from you?
I don't have much. We take almost all the swords and axes into Onar's house.
Nobody ever asked me.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
That's the first I've heard of it.
What are you doing here in my kitchen?
He doesn't even know how to hold a sword.
As if I didn't have enough problems.
Something smells delicious here.
Oh, yes. I know the likes of you. They're swarming all over the place. First, they try to get on your good side, and then when you need them, they're nowhere to be seen.
Who said that?
I'm looking for work.
You want to work here on the farm? Only Onar can decide that. The farm is his, and so is the entire valley.
Actually, I was planning to join the mercenaries.
So you're another of those felons from the penal colony? I might have known. Just leave me alone. There's already enough of your kind around here.
I couldn't care less.
What's your problem with the mercenaries?
Ah, those morons really get on my nerves, especially Silvio and his fat buddy Bulko. The two of them have been sitting in their corner for days now, making life miserable for me. The soup's too hot, the meat's too tough, etc. and so forth.
Then why don't you do anything about it?
And what am I to do, Mr. Smarty Pants? Whack them with my rolling pin? I can do that to the farmers, but these lowly bastards just hit back.
That's exactly what I said.
Want me to teach the two of them some manners?
You better not try that, honey. As far as I know, Silvio has magic armor. He can't be defeated.
And what about Bulko?
That guy is as strong as an ox. So far, he has flattened anyone who tried to mess with him or Silvio.
I've got no time for things like that. Is it really true? The wrong people.
I'm hungry.
I don't dish out food to tramps. I only feed people who work. And that mercenary riffraff, of course.
It's better to watch out who you tell why. This is gonna change.
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
It's possible. I was in the colony too.
Right. What do you want?
How's the situation?
Right now, we've got real trouble. Two factions are building up amongst us mercenaries. Silvio and his people doubt that Lee is following the right plan.
How come there are two factions?
Most of us came out of the colony with Lee back then, but some of the mercenaries hooked up with us later. They didn't come from the colony, but were farther south fighting the Yorks. Somehow they got wind that Lee needed people. Their leader was Silvio. He agreed that Lee was in charge, but now he's trying to stir up the mercenaries against him and his plan. A lot of Lee's people don't think that it's a big problem, but I know guys like Silvio. He'll go to extremes to realize his ideas.
Do you know what Silvio is planning?
Silvio found out that some of the paladins have moved out to the old colony. He says the rest of the paladins wouldn't dare to attack us here and wants to take advantage of the situation. Plunder the small farms, waylay the militia patrols outside the city, hold up travelers, things like that. But Lee thinks that would be the worst thing we could do in our situation.
Do you know what Lee's intentions are?
Lee wants us to wait and starve the paladins in the city. He is planning to get us all away from the island. And Enos knows I've got nothing against getting away from here. I don't really know how he's planning to go about it, but I trust him. He's led us well so far.
I want to become a mercenary.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Where's the problem?
Well, I either have to vote for you or against you. And in the situation we're in, I'll only vote for you if I can be sure that you're on Lee's side.
You didn't get that from me.
So what should I do?
Simple. Beat up a few of Silvio's boys. That way both sides will know exactly where you stand. And if you stick to the rules for a duel, you'll even win the respect of the others.
What are the rules for a duel?
Go to Torloff and let him explain it if you're interested. Just so we understand each other. I don't care if you stick to the rules or not, just as long as the boys wind up out cold in the mud.
Which of the mercenaries are Silvio's men?
There are 6 men. First of all, Silvio himself and his right-hand man, Bulko. Then there's Rod, Sentenza, Fester, and Raoul. The rest of the people are either neutral or on Lee's side.
How many of Silvio's people should I defeat?
If you knock 3 of them to the ground, then you've proven which side you're on. Whom you choose is your business. Just one little hint. This isn't about proving your courage. Don't go up against Silvio himself. He'll make mincemeat out of you.
That's the first I've heard about that.
Never see that. I can't help him.
I'm not touching that anymore.
Listen, you already know who to believe these days.
I've got my own opinion about that.
All that matters is really said that. So don't tell me that.
I can't go on like this forever.
What do you want from me?
That's not my problem.
What are the rules for a duel?
Quite simple. Both opponents have to have the opportunity to draw their weapons before the first blow. You can't just go and belt one of the men without warning. There has to be some sort of spoken challenge, an insult, or another reason to fight. None of the other men will interfere in a fight like that. Unless one of the two gets killed in the duel.
Not my problem. Tell me you didn't know that.
I used to say that myself.
Sort things out.
Do you really think?
Nobody will learn anything from me.
How are things?
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
It's possible.
I used to deal in swamp weed back in the colony. Remember?
It's a bad business.
Will never change.
And what are you dealing in now?
Ah, don't ask. I brought a whole package of swamp weed with me from the mining colony. Many of the mercenaries like a little smoke now and then. I've earned a small fortune on the side. But some bastard stole all the weed from my chest. I'm pretty sure it was that Bodo. He bunks in the same room as me, and he always grins at me like such an idiot.
Say that myself.
Can't believe you don't have to ask me that.
If he doesn't see that,
What are you going to do about the thief then?
One of these days, I'll catch him puffing away on my weed. And then, I'll find a quiet spot and teach him a lesson he won't forget. If I knock him down here in the middle of the yard, the other farmers will notice, and I'll pay an arm and a leg.
How come?
Quite simple. We can't rough up the farmers, otherwise Lee makes us pay a heavy fine. That's the way Onar wants it. And the more witnesses there are, the more of a fuss there is. That makes things more expensive. So I'll pull the thing off nice and inconspicuously.
I want to join Lee's people.
Lee's people? If Lee keeps on this way, they soon won't be his anymore.
Why?
Lee has always been a quiet one. It was that way in the colony, too. But lately, he's overdoing it. He just wants to sit here and wait until the paladins drop dead from starvation. Silvio thinks we should clean up a bit on the small farms and outside the city. I think that would make for an excellent change. At the moment, most of us are just twiddling our thumbs here. Do you want to join up anyway?
nobody will learn any. Never would have thought of that himself.
You can't rely on
Big deal.
He really didn't. Some problems solve themselves.
Nobody ever asked. Bad business. I never knew that. Nothing amazes me anymore.
That's no secret. Like LAR himself was after him.
Can't go on like this forever.
That will never change.
Hey, you!
What do you want this time?
No idea.
Methinks I'm gonna punch you in the face.
What? I
Couldn't get away with that.
And now for... Let that be a lesson to him.
Hey, you!
What do you want? I've been...
You're smashing each other. Don't stop now. Defend yourself. Don't stop now.
Let him have it.
Don't
Let
stop
him
now.
have it.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Hey!
I...
Oh my god, not bad.
Is it really true there are people?
I couldn't get that all out.
Leave these days. He doesn't really try to hold us gossip.
I want to join the mercenaries.
Oh, and why do you think I should be in favor of you being accepted here?
People differently.
Don't say that myself.
Put me to the test.
Did Lee send you to me?
No.
Then what are you blathering at me for?
That's quite obvious.
Hey, where you think you're going?
To the house, of course.
Onar pays us not to let guys like you in here.
I want to talk to Lee.
What do you want from him?
That's been what I heard a long time.
He and I go way back.
You're a pal of Lee's? I don't believe a word. But go on in. He doesn't recognize you. You'll know it. Lee's in the right wing. Don't even think about wandering around anywhere else.
That's not what I heard. No, he insisted he knew better.
No one really wants to
I
hear
get so
that.
worked up.
Yeah, he really said that.
That's the first I've heard of it.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Don't say you didn't know that.
doesn't see that, I can't help him.
You have to step in and sort things out.
That doesn't surprise me.
Thinks he's as much.
Do you really truly feel about it differently?
I've got my own opinion about things out.
He doesn't see that. I hardly know who to believe these days.
This is gonna change.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Don't tell me you didn't know that about it differently.
The things
Who the devil let you in here? What are you doing here? I thought you were dead.
What makes you think that?
Gorn told me it was you who brought down the barrier.
Yes, that was me, all right.
I never would have thought that a man could survive something like that. What brings you here? You aren't here without a reason.
That's really not my problem.
What exactly are you doing here?
Quite simple. I'm gonna see to it that we all get off this island. Onar hired us to defend his farm, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. But our reward is more than just our pay. By helping the farmers, we cut the city off from its provisions. And the less the paladins have to eat, the sooner they'll listen when I finally make them an offer of peace.
What is your offer going to look like?
Essentially, it will be about our pardons and free passage to the mainland. You'll learn more when the time comes.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Gorn told you about me? What happened to him?
You remember him, don't you?
Sure.
He got caught by the paladins and was sent back to the Valley of Mines with a penal convoy. If the road to the Valley of Mines wasn't plastered with paladins and orcs, I'd have sent a couple of the boys already to free him. But the way things are, there's no point. Poor devil.
Tell me that isn't true.
I'm not telling you.
I want to join you.
I'd hope you say that. I can use every able man here. The last mercenaries I accepted have done nothing but stir up trouble. In principle, you can start right away. Well, first there's one or two things we need to get straight, but it's no big deal.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
I absolutely must talk to the paladins in town. Can you help me get to them?
What's your business with the paladins?
That's a long story.
I've got time.
Zardoz sent me on a mission. He wants me to obtain a powerful amulet, the Eye of Innos.
So you're still allied to that necromancer. I see. And the paladins have this amulet?
As far as I know, yes.
I can help you get to the paladins, but first you need to become one of us.
How can you help me get to the paladins?
Trust me, I've got a plan. I think you're the right man for it. I'll take you to the paladins, and you'll do me a favor. But first, join us.
It had to happen sooner or later.
There's nothing you can do about it.
What do I have to get straight before I can join you?
Onar, the landowner, is the one who employs us. You can only stay on the farm with his approval. And then there's the boys. I can only accept you if a majority of the mercenaries agree that you join us. But don't go to Onar before everything is straightened out. He's a very impatient fellow.
You listen to the wrong people.
How can I convince the mercenaries to vote me in?
By doing what is expected of you as a mercenary, I should say. Talk to Torloff. He's usually outside in front of the house. He'll put you to the test. If you can pass that, you should have earned a large part of the necessary respect. He'll tell you everything else you need to know.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
What do you know about the Ring of Water?
I might have known. You just have to mingle in everything, don't you?
Come on, tell me.
I'm only marginally involved in this. I know that this secret guild exists here and that the water mages are behind it. Since the fall of the barrier, I am no longer bound to the agreement I came to with the water mages back then. Of course, I still help when I can, but most of the time, I have my own problems and barely any time for other things. If you want to know more about it, you should probably talk to Cord. He's one of them, as far as I know.
I agree with you completely.
No one really wants to hear that.
Everything fine with you?
So, you want to join us then, hmm? Do you even have a decent weapon?
Nothing amazes me anymore.
What weapons do you have to offer?
Only the best. Just take a look at them.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
You don't have to tell me that.
How did you end up with the mercenaries?
I came with Silvio from the south. We belong to an army of mercenaries which fought against the orcs.
Thought of that himself.
What's your opinion of Silvio?
He's a dangerous fella, and many of the mercenaries who came with him this far listen to what he says. Better not pick a fight with him.
If he doesn't see that.
What's your opinion of Lee?
I think that the only thing Lee is really interested in is getting away from this island. He wants to go to the mainland. Seems to have a bone to pick with someone there. At any rate, he does a far better job than Silvio ever could. Moreover, he's a good leader. Most of the time, we can do whatever we want here.
Would you mind if I joined you?
Once you have passed the test, I shall vote for you.
No idea. You tell me.
I never knew that.
Tell me that isn't true.
You hardly know who to believe these days.
That was get that from me.
Hey!
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Put me to the test.
Did Lee send you to me?
He said you would help me.
Fine. So here we go. There are two things you have to do before you can join us. First, you have to prove that you're capable of mastering the tasks that you will have to fulfill as a mercenary. I'll put you to the test. And second, you have to earn the respect of the other mercenaries.
I agree with you completely. That's really not my problem.
You have to step in and sort of. I don't believe this is going to change.
Yeah, he really said that these days.
I don't believe this is going to change.
Same
I hardly
old thing
know what
all
to
over
believe
again.
anymore.
I agree with you completely. Is it really true? Listen to the wrong people.
What are my duties as a mercenary?
Onar hired us for two reasons. He wants us to keep the militia off his back, and he wants us to keep things in order on his farms.
That's quite obvious.
That includes collecting the rent when the small farmers won't pay. So, what'll it be?
He didn't get that from me.
No one really wants to hear that.
Let me collect the rent.
Good. Listen, the farmer Sekab hasn't paid his rent to Onar for weeks.
Sort things out.
Onar wants him to cough up 50 gold pieces. Any questions?
Where is Sekob's farm?
In the north of the valley. Looking from here, that's to the right at the big crossroads. If you have problems, the farmers in the fields will help you find your way around the area.
That's really not. I never knew that time.
It can't go on like this forever. He knew that all along.
Well, how can I earn the respect of the other mercenaries?
For most of them, it'll be enough if you fulfill your task and pass my test. But you'll have to find some other way of convincing some of them. Some will try and exploit your situation, and others may not like your mug. You should try to get along with as many of the boys as possible. But if nothing else helps, then you can always take part in a duel. If you win, you'll earn the respect of most of them. But watch out that you don't kill one of them by accident, because then you'll have a big problem.
I agree with you. There's nothing you can do.
What about you? Will you vote me in?
If you can prove that you can fulfill the duties of a mercenary, yes.
He doesn't even know how to hold us. He doesn't see that. I agree with you completely.
Can you help me improve my abilities?
I could show you how to use your strength better in close combat. A lot of fighters are very weak because they don't have the technique to use their strength properly. The same is true for dexterity and ranged weapons.
I'm not touching that. But he knew that all along.
I want to improve my abilities.
That's not what I had business.
How's my reputation among the mercenaries?
Let's see. Wolf says he has nothing against you joining. Jarvis still isn't sure if you're on the right side. He doesn't want more people dancing to Silvio's tune. For that matter, neither do I. Cypher says that you owe him a little favor, and that you know what that's all about. You seem to have convinced Rod that you're strong enough. Sentenza won't vote for you. He says you still owe him 50 gold pieces. Raul's against you. I think he can't stand you. I don't need to say anything about Silvio and Bulko. Those two morons are against everyone. Buster said you chickened out when he challenged you. That's not a good idea. Maybe you should go back to the outpost and challenge him. The rest of the mercenaries haven't said anything. Most of them are just waiting to see if you pass the test. You're far from done, kid. If you want us to accept you, you'll have to do something for it.
I've heard a thing or two. It can't go on like this forever.
That's really not my bad business. I've gone about it differently.
He didn't get that from me.
But no, he insisted he knew better.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
How's it going?
The militia has bullied us long.
Cypher told me somebody stole a package of swamp weed from him.
And?
He thinks you're the one who took it.
Oh, that's why the guy is always gawping at me so stupidly. I've been extra friendly to him lately because he seems to have hit a rough spot. But there was nothing I could do. I'd look at him friendly-like, and he'd stare at me like he wanted to kill me.
He never would have thought of that himself.
How's it going?
The militia, the king made...
I've got my own opinion about that.
Nobody will learn anything from me. That's myself. I agree with you completely. Is it really true?
No idea. You tell me.
Go on like this forever.
You already know who to better off
Just
myself.
listen to him talk.
You already know
I've got my own. Of
Same
course we
old
got him in
thing
the end.
all over again.
nothing amazing.
He
me
really
anymore.
should have known better.
He really should have known better.
Nobody wants to know.
Time.
That's the first I've heard of it.
That's not what I heard.
Why haven't I heard about this before?
He didn't get that from me.
That was no big
I agree with you completely. He never would have thought of that himself.
This forever? Why haven't I heard about it?
I'm not touching
You
that.
just have to listen.
All that matters is strength. That's telling you anything new.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
There have been all kinds of rumors.
It's no secret.
I wouldn't have done that. You already know.
What are you smoking there?
Want a toke?
Whole thing all
Nothing you
over
can
again.
do about it.
No.
Ask me that. It's better to watch out who you tell what.
Tell me that isn't true.
Do you do anything besides smoke?
Not at the moment.
Told you that before. You already know what I think.
I want to join the mercenaries. Do you mind?
Nobody will.
Who cares?
As if I didn't have enough problems.
Cypher told me that someone stole a package of swamp weed from him.
Tell me that isn't true.
Would you know anything about that?
No.
Do you really think? There have been all kinds of rumors.
Where's the package?
What do I know?
I don't want to hear that.
I'll knock it out of you.
Relax. I'm way too stoned to fight with you. Here, first take a big toke.
Obvious. It's better to watch out who you tell what.
That's no secret.
That was obvious all along.
That's nothing new. Anything's possible.
Nobody wants to know.
He never would have thought of that himself.
Who said that?
Where's the package?
What do I know?
That will never change. That's no secret.
Those are all just rumors.
I've got no time for things like that.
Is it really true?
It's better to
There's
watch
more,
out who you
believe
tell
me.
what. I don't want to hear
That
that.
doesn't surprise me.
It
Nobody
can't go
wants
on
to
like this
know.
forever. You don't have to ask
You
me.
hardly
Tom.
know who to believe these days.
Tell me
Anything's
that
possible.
isn't true.
I wouldn't have done that.
I'd have gone about it differently.
Same old thing all over again.
Why
I'm
haven't I
not
heard
telling you
about this
anything
before?
new.
He
Nobody
thinks
ever
it's
asked
as
me.
easy as that.
You don't have to ask me that. Some problems solve themselves. Anything's possible.
That's all just gossip.
Been
should have
there,
known
done
that.
that.
He should have known.
Listen to the wrong people.
Do you
Got
really
no
think?
time for things like that.
Where's the package?
What do I know?
Like this
But
forever.
no, he insisted he knew better.
Do you do anything besides smoke?
Forever.
Not at the moment.
That
don't
was
have to
obvious
ask
all
me that.
along.
That's no secret.
That's totally
I agree
obvious.
with you completely.
Hey,
Same old
That's all
thing
just
all
gossip.
over again.
That was
I know who took your weed.
Who? Was it that Bodo?
No, one of the mercenaries did it. Dar.
That bastard. Where is he?
Finding him won't help you. He doesn't have the package anymore. He sold it in Corinus,
Where is he?
behind the kitchen building on the corner.
I'll flatten him.
He really should have known better. And that's the truth.
I wouldn't have done that.
I agree with you completely.
It's better to watch out.
Thanks for the gold. You hero.
That's
I think I'd better take this weapon.
That'll only
Had to
cause
happen
more
sooner or
trouble.
later. That's no secret.
It's been one of those long time.
Hey, you!
Been there, done that.
I'm better off myself.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
As if I didn't have enough problems.
I've got no time for things like that.
I'm not telling you anything new.
Thanks for the gold. You.
It's better to watch out.
Nothing to be had there. Wait a minute.
Why haven't I heard
couldn't care
about this
less.
before?
You really gave Dar what for? Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, that felt good.
Not to him, I suppose.
The little beggar has no business going through my chest.
You should have
Couldn't
known
care
that.
less.
You don't have to ask me that.
Blabbermouth, you told Cypher I took his weed.
Should have known.
Like hell will I vote for you.
That's nothing new.
Where's the package?
What do I know?
I'm staying out of it.
Do
Nobody
you
ever
really
asked me.
believe that?
I
That
don't
will
wanna hear
never
that.
change.
I
I'm
wouldn't have
better
done
off
that.
myself.
Why haven't I heard about this before? Who said that?
That will never change.
That's nothing
That's
new.
really not my problem. I'm not telling you anything.
Who said
His
that?
decision, wasn't it?
That's
I'm better
nothing
off
new.
myself.
It had to happen sooner or later.
You already know
Listen
what I
to the
think.
wrong people.
Well, we'll see the
No
next
time for
time.
Things like that.
Nothing's ever gonna change.
Where's the package?
Okay. I sold it to some bum in town. It was at the harbor. I can't remember what he looked like.
Could it be that you need another thrashing?
Honest, man, I was totally stoned. I don't have the slightest idea what the guy looked like. It was at the harbor near the boat builders. That's all I can remember.
You really should have known better.
That's really not my problem. It's a
It
bad.
had to happen sooner or later.
It was just like
Hey!
I've gone about it differently.
You don't have to talk
You
about
hardly know who to believe these days.
that was quite obvious.
That's all just gossip. Don't
It
tell me you
had to
didn't
happen
know
sooner or
that.
later.
That's the first I've heard
It's
of
a
it.
Lord,
bad
believe
business.
me.
Yeah,
It was his decision, wasn't it?
Me.
Damn it.
Same old thing all over again.
It's a bad business. He insisted he knew better.
I can't believe that.
Here you are again. Let's see what you have on you this time.
Take your grubby paws off me.
So, apparently you've got a bit more on you this time.
Let that be a lesson to him.
I could have told you that before.
I used to say that
You
myself.
hardly know who to believe these days.
As if I
Tell me
didn't
you
have
didn't
enough
know
problems.
that.
I've
You have
got
to
no
feel
time for
sorry
things
the
like
poor
that.
guy. It
Will
can't
it
go on
ever
like this
change?
forever. It's better
That's
to
no
watch
secret.
out who you tell what.
Well, we'll see the next time.
Do that.
Where's the package?
It
It can't go on like this forever.
I've got no time for things like that.
Differently.
You don't have to
You
say
mustn't
that.
believe everything you hear.
I'm no better off myself.
I couldn't
You
care
really
less.
believe that.
I'm in enough trouble as it is.
No
What
idea.
can
You
get
tell
for
me.
me here?
I never knew that.
And that's
He ran like Beliar himself was after him.
I never knew that.
I hardly know what to believe anymore.
I think your hide... It wasn't a good idea for you to take up with Silvio.
You're one of Lee's toadies, aren't you? You've come to the wrong man.
Watch out!
Oh man, my head.
Wait a minute.
All right, you're the better fighter. What do you want?
So where are we headed then?
Are you the foreman here?
I'll give you one upside the head, you rascal. If you want to go ambling across my land, you'll pay me 5 gold coins, or you're in for a good thrashing.
Your land? Are you the farmer here?
You can bet on that. Why else would I make you pay me a toll? I don't mind if you go ask the others about me.
If I have no choice, here's your money.
Thank you, and have a nice day.
Well, kiddo?
That's no way for a farmhand to talk to me. Just how often do I have to remind you?
Are you in charge here?
No, I'm only Sekup's son. But once my old man is no longer with us, then all the land you can see here will belong to me.
Amazing. Is that how you always treat your field workers?
Of course, they need that. Whoever doesn't toe the line here gets thrashed. That's the way it goes.
There's this guy who demands a toll from every passerby, claiming he's the farmer.
Yes, I know. That's Bronco. He does whatever he wants. Not that I haven't pounded it into him 1,000 times that he should finally get back to work.
But?
He just doesn't do it. My father's quite annoyed with me that I still haven't managed to persuade him to go back to work.
Maybe I can help you.
Do you mean that? Okay, listen, if you can get Bronco to go back to work, I'll pay you, shall we say, 10 gold pieces? What do you say?
No problem, but I want more money.
All right, 20 gold pieces then.
I want more.
30?
I want more.
Maybe 50?
I want more.
All right, 70?
I want more.
Okay, I'll give you 100 gold coins, but that's all I have.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
But hurry up about it.
You, the farmer? Don't make me laugh. You're nobody, really.
What? Want me to smash your face in?
Sekub is the farmer here, and you're nothing but a small-time crook who's trying to wangle money out of people's pockets.
Says who?
Says me. Sekub wants you to go back to work instead of loafing around here.
So what? What are you gonna do now?
Well, let's see what you got.
I hoped you'd say that.
Well,
Don't you try that again.
wait a minute. So, still got that big mouth?
Don't beat me, please. I'll even go back to work, okay?
Hey. Bronco's back at work.
Really? That's terrific.
Yeah, and now I want my cash.
Unfortunately, I don't have that much money, but I'm very grateful for your help.
Hey.
He might.
No. I want more.
30? Maybe.
All right, I'll see.
But hurry up.
Well, Hey.
So... So... Well, now... So... Well, now... Well, now... You the what? Nah.
Nothing there. How are things?
Ah, a new face here on the farm. Has the old skinflint finally granted me an apprentice?
I'm not an apprentice.
Oh, I see. I'm not as young as I used to be, you know, and I've been waiting for a replacement for years. You aren't here because the neighbors are annoyed, are you?
Have you seen any bandits passing through here?
I certainly have. They passed along the edge of the field near Sekob's farm and entered the forest to the north. They were carrying loads of weapons. They looked like they were all set to win the war against the orcs. Well, I'm just glad they stayed away from our farm.
What's the work you do here?
Oh, I guard the sheep, and I've been doing that for as long as I can remember. The animals are very loyal and very smart, you see. If you treat them well, they'll follow you for a lifetime.
What's the trouble with your neighbors?
The grass on this side of the big field is always so stunted and dry, so I mostly go to the big pastures of the other farmers. Oh, the landowner doesn't mind, but Bengar, the farmer on the high pastures, always makes a big deal out of it when I take the animals up there. He says Sekob should pay if I take his animals onto Bengar's pasture. But Sekob won't spend a measly coin for that, so I can't go up onto the plateau anymore.
Maybe I should talk to Bengar.
You do that for me? What will you tell him? I mean, I don't want any trouble, you hear?
We'll see about that. Where can I find the high pastures in Bengar's farm?
Follow this path and cross the big crossroad. If you stick to the right, you'll see a big outcropping of rock. Behind that, to the right, are the high pastures and the pass.
Everything else all right?
Oh, I can't complain. Thanks for asking.
So, still got that? Hey, you! Bronco's back at work.
Really? That's terrific.
Yeah, and now I want my cash.
Well, business is business, right?
Hey! So what do you do when you're not busy playing ruler of the farm?
Stand guard. The filthy militiamen from the city are coming onto our land more and more often and stealing everything they can get their hands on. Only last week the bastards were here, and they took some of our sheep. If I could get my hands on one of them, I'd make short work of him.
But of course. Why don't the mercenaries help you against the militia?
Before they even turn up, I've already driven them off.
I need to talk to your father.
He hasn't got time, but I'm his deputy. What can I help you with?
By introducing me to your father.
You're a real tough guy and a good fighter, huh?
The best.
I think maybe I better get him then.
Never mind, boy. I'll find him, I'm sure.
If you say so.
What are you doing on my land? There's nothing here to steal. Clear off.
Isn't there a piece of land in this blasted country that doesn't belong to anyone?
Go to work. Then maybe someday you can call a piece of land your own. But until then, kindly loaf around somewhere else.
This land belongs to the big farmer. You're only the tenant here. Onar wants you to pay your rent at last. You're several weeks behind.
What? And he sent a villain like you? Not even you believe that. Get out of here before I forget myself.
I guess I'll have to tell Onar about this then.
I don't care. You can tell Onar I don't have anything. That's the sad truth.
Fork over the dough or I'll bash in your teeth.
You're not going after my purse, you criminal, not you.
Oh my God.
We'll see about that.
All right, you win. What do you want?
Where do you have the money?
Don't hit me again, please. I'll do whatever you say.
We'll pay your rent then.
But, sir, I don't have anything. I'm just a poor wretch and half-starved. My last harvest dried up completely. I want to pay my rent, but I just don't have anything. Have pity.
All right, I'll talk to Onar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you 1,000 times.
Keep your...
And there's more, believe me.
You listen to the wrong people.
You just have to listen.
I wouldn't be so sure.
It's a bad business
Things
problem.
I could tell you.
It's a bad
Where did you pick that up, then?
No time for
It's
things
all
like
just gossip.
Hardly know what's
Do you really believe? I agree with you completely. Nothing amazing.
I collected the rent from Sekob.
That's all just.
And? Did he pay willingly?
I had to convince him first.
Well done, you passed your test. That'll convince a lot of the mercenaries that you have what it takes.
Well, if ever I'd have gone about it differently.
I'm staying
Just
up.
like you said.
done that.
Wouldn't be so sure.
That was obvious all along. Gone about it differently. Is it really true?
I'm staying up.
You just have to.
He thinks it's as trouble as it is.
That's been going on a long time.
Here you are again. Take your grub. So,
No! Finish him! Let that be a lesson to him.
I'd have gone about it differently. That's been known a long time to believe these days.
Nobody wants to know.
Anymore. Completely. Is it really true?
Like this forever. You mustn't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, he really said that.
Somebody wants to know.
Differently.
here you are again. Take your grubby. Here you are.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Hey. Hey, here you are again. Take your grubby paw. So.
Don't stop now. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are again. Here you are again. Take so.
No one really wants to hear that.
shit, that hurt.
Been there, done that.
That's no secret.
That was quite obvious.
There was no big deal.
And shit, that hurt. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are.
Take your... Oh! Let that be a lesson to him.
Hey. Take...
Nobody ever asked for my opinion.
That's all just gossip.
Nobody ever asked for my opinion.
Don't tell me you didn't know that.
Of course, you just have to listen.
He really should have known. You don't have to tell me that.
differently.
Those are all just rumors.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Hey,
Nothing's ever gonna change that.
you're the farmer here?
You could say so, but I'm really just a tenant. All the land here is owned by one big farmer.
What do you think of Onar?
Huh. He's a greedy bastard who'll get us all hanged in the end. One of these days, the paladins will come out of the city and make us small farmers bleed for what he's doing here. But I haven't got a choice. The militiamen only come here to collect and not to defend the farm. If I held myself loyal to the city, I'd be very much on my own. At least Onar sends some mercenaries now and then to see how we're doing.
Do you really think?
What have you got against the royal troops?
It's obvious. There hasn't been any improvement now that the paladins are in the city. Just the opposite. Now these cursed militiamen come onto our land even more often and steal everything they can, and the paladins don't do a darn thing about it. The only paladins that I've ever seen are the 2 guards at the pass. They wouldn't budge an inch, even if the militia slaughtered us all.
You don't have to ask me
The pass?
Yeah, the pass to the old valley of mines by the waterfalls at the other end of the high pastures. Ask Malik about it. He was there a couple times last week.
How do you make a living?
Mostly hunting and the wood we cut. Of course, we also raise sheep and work the land. Onar saddles me with all these laborers, and I have to keep them busy somehow. Only a few of them are good hunters, you see.
You're employing day laborers?
Onar sends away the workers he can't use on his farm. Then, he sends them to me. I feed them and they work here for me.
I'm no better off myself.
Has anything strange happened around here lately?
Many strange things are happening these days, but none as strange as the mysterious disappearance of Pardos. He's one of my field workers, and certainly not the kind who would drop everything overnight and slink off just like that, you see.
That'll only cause more trouble.
Any clues at all?
I think those bandits must have dragged him off. They've been roaming around this area for days now. I once saw them drag a citizen of the town off to their camp. It looked like they were gonna make him a slave.
That doesn't surprise me.
What exactly is so strange about his disappearance?
Pardos is such a timid sort. The furthest he's ever been from the farm is to the end of my fields. He would run away at the mere sight of a meat bug. Those things may not be pretty to look at, but you really couldn't call them dangerous. They say there's people who eat them. Gross.
You get used to it.
It's better to watch out who you tell what.
Where is this bandit camp?
At the far end of my fields, some steps lead down to a small hollow. That's where they have made themselves at home. I'd like to go look for Pardos there, but there's no way I'm going up against those guys. And you had better give them a wide berth, too. They're not known for their sense of humor.
Who said that?
Balthazar the shepherd isn't allowed on your pasture?
Oh yeah, that story. I told him Sekob should pay me money if he wanted to lead the sheep into my pasture. To tell the truth, that's only harassment. I just can't stand Balthazar.
Were the bandits carrying weapons when they passed by here?
What kind of stupid question is that? How would they be bandits if they weren't armed?
I mean a whole load of weapons. A big delivery.
I see. Yes. Now that you mention it, they were carrying lots and lots. Some in barrels, some in bags, and some on the cart they brought.
It's a bad business.
Some problems solve themselves.
I'm no better off myself.
I wouldn't have done that.
That's been known a long time.
That's nothing.
Everything all right?
Yet another day laborer who doesn't know where to go? No problem.
What are you doing here?
I'm the shepherd here. It's not exactly a demanding job, but now and then you really have to watch out, especially if you get too close to the pass.
What do you know about the pass?
Not much, just that it leads to the old Valley of Mines that was surrounded by the barrier until a few weeks ago. Back then, the only thing we farmers had to be afraid of was the monthly caravan that took all kinds of goods to the Valley of Mines. Those cutthroats often made life difficult for us out here.
Where can I find the pass to the old Valley of Mines?
Near the 2 waterfalls on the other side of the high pastures.
What is it they say about the Valley of Mines?
All sorts of things. Some of the boys say they've heard screams at night. Some have seen strange lights over the mountains. But if you ask me, it's all just old wives' tales.
Have you ever been to the Valley of Mines?
No, but I go near the pass once in a while. Then I always see those 2 paladins who stand around and keep watch. It looks like they're making sure that nothing comes out of the valley. Back then, the Valley of Mines was a natural prison. If you went in, you never came out again.
Tell me more about the paladins. How long have they been posted there?
A week or 2, I suppose. I don't know exactly. Some time ago, there was even a whole troop of them that disappeared into the pass. Since then, I haven't seen them again.
I don't see any women here at all.
You got that right. This is a man's farm, so to speak. Works pretty well, I think.
Don't work too hard.
I'll try.
That's exactly what I said.
I think I've found something. I'm gonna rip you to pieces.
Put away that weapon. Stop right there, you lowlife!
Yes! Run as fast as you can! You deserve that, low...
You're in for it now. Stop right there, you lowlife! You're in for it now.
Yes! Run as fast as you can!
You're in for it now. You're in for it now.
Yes! Run as fast as you can!
You're in for it now.
Yes! Run as fast as you can!
You're in for it now.
Yes! Run as fast as you can!
You're in for it now. Stop right there, you lowlife! You're in for it now. So much for you, lowlife. You're in for it now. Stop right there, you lowlife! Stop right there, you lowlife! You're in for it now. You're in for it now.
Thank goodness. The bandits are done for. You have saved my life.
Who are you?
My name is Elvridge. I come from town.
Master Thorben told me that you had disappeared.
Those lowly scum dragged me off here and were keeping me prisoner.
Lots of people are missing in town.
I don't know anything about missing people. I can only tell you what happened to me.
What exactly happened to you?
I was on my way to the rendezvous I had set up with my girl. Her name is Lucia. We've been planning to get away to the mountains and away from the town and all those who lived there. I had just arrived at the meeting point when suddenly some of these bandits sprang out from the underbrush and captured us both. I put up a fight, of course, but to no avail. There were just too many of them. You didn't happen to see them?
Tell me about Lucia.
A girl from the harbor district. She used to work for that horrible Bromor. She's very pretty.
What did the bandits want with you?
Sometimes I could overhear them at night. I didn't get everything, but I think they wanted to make us slaves.
Where were they going to take you?
To a place somewhere here, on the island of Corinus, but I think one can't get there without a ship. They brought me to a mooring place on the coast. Some pirates were camped out there. One of the bandits approached the pirates to negotiate. They were having a fierce argument. I think the bandit wanted the pirates to ferry him somewhere, along with me, but the pirates wouldn't have it. So the bandits withdrew, and we've been sitting around here ever since. They seemed to be rather at a loss, and then you came.
Where's the pirates' mooring place?
Not far from the harbor of Corinus. When you stand on the quay and look out to the sea, all you need to do is get a boat and go to the right along the coast. The first small bay you come across is the mooring place I was talking about.
Pirates in Corinus?
I don't know very much about them. I first clapped eyes on one of them at the mooring place. They always stay in the background. Every single one of them is a wanted criminal in Corinus. They're afraid of the gallows. That's why you're never going to meet one of them in town.
Bromore says Lucia walked off with a golden dish.
Well, if Lucia really stole from Bromore, the bandits will certainly have taken the thing from her.
Where's Lucia now?
We parted ways at the big crossroads in front of Onar's farm. The bandits dragged Lucia off to the woods behind Sekop's farm. May Innos protect her.
Did the bandits who held you captive receive a shipment of weapons?
Oh yes, so many that they could barely carry them. They took the whole caboodle and disappeared towards Sekop's farm.
You should get yourself back to town in a hurry.
What else would I be doing? I'm going straight back to my master Thorben. Will you go look for the bandits?
Well, yes, I think so.
If you find Lucia, get her safely back to town, will you?
I'll see what I can do.
See that? I can't help it.
That's exactly what I said.
Will it ever change?
I think I've found something.
Myself.
Those are all just rumors.
It's a bad business.
Some problem solved themselves.
There's another one of those scummy beasts. One less monster around.
Hey, you! You've got a lot of space up here.
It's nice enough. But if you go through the pass back there, you won't think so much longer. If this little tract of land has impressed you, then wait till you see the Valley of Mines back there.
Why are you looking so solemn?
You're wearing our aquamarine ring.
You belong to the Ring of Water?
I certainly do. Good to see a new face in our ranks.
What's your task within the Ring of Water?
I keep an eye on the entrance to the pass to see who goes in and out. Since the Paladins have closed the gate to the pass, however, there hasn't been much coming and going.
Have you heard of those missing people?
Course I have. That's why we're supposed to keep our eyes open. But I haven't seen much that would give you a clue. Tell you the truth.
Who are you?
My name is Gon. I'm a hunter and work for Bengar, the farmer here on the high pastures. I spend most of my time here outside, basking in the sun.
What do I need to know about the Valley of Mines?
No idea. I've only taken a fleeting glance at the valley. Looked pretty dangerous. The best thing to do if you go there, through the pass, is to stay close to the beaten track. Either you take the way through the big gorge or the road over the stone bridge. That one is shorter and safer. Now that the orcs are roaming all over the place, you have to be a bit careful. I don't want to have to drag you to the Herb Witch.
Herb Witch?
Her name is Sagita, and she's the healer for the farmers and the other people who live outside the harbor city. A truly curious female. No one really likes going to her, and everybody enjoys gossiping about her. But if you're sick, you won't find better help than Sagita and her kitchen full of healing herbs. You'll find her in the strip of woods behind Sekob's farm.
How's the hunting?
The last animal I could bring down was a large rat. Not very encouraging and bad for business. For several days now, some kind of snorting beast has been roaming the area. It not only kills everything that moves, it also interferes with my work.
What does this dangerous beast look like?
I don't know exactly. Up to now, I mostly heard grunting and scratching. But I've seen what it can do. Even wolves aren't safe from it. The beast even bit the head off of one.
How much would you pay me if I killed that beast for you?
I'd give the person who killed it everything I could spare. 30 gold pieces.
Where does this scummy beast come from?
Somewhere from outside the woods. Maybe from the Valley of Mines, but I don't know for sure. I've never been to the Valley of Mines.
Nothing there.
One less monster around.
I think I've found something.
I wouldn't have done that. As if I didn't have enough
Tell me, what do you want, you wimp?
I want to join the mercenaries.
You? I don't recall that they ever let a coward join the mercenaries.
I challenge you to a duel.
Aha! You won't take this sitting down, huh? All right. Come here.
Go ahead, hit back. Not bad.
Nothing to plunder.
Well, we'll see the next time.
Wait a minute.
All right, you're the better fighter. What do you want?
I want to find out more about the mercenaries in this region.
I can't tell you much about this region. You'd better ask the farmers. And as for us mercenaries, we have a very simple rule. If you can stand your ground, you're in. I think you're made of the right stuff to be one of us. But you shouldn't let it get to your head that you lucked out during our last fight. There are plenty of guys on the farm who are quite a bit better than I am. Sentenza, for one. He guards the entry to the farm. Whatever you do, don't pick a fight with him.
What about this Sentenza?
He'll try to squeeze some gold out of you when you come to the farm. He does that to all newcomers. And if I were you, I'd pay up. That's what I did back then. And the good thing was, that he voted for me afterwards. One good turn deserves another, he said. I lost all my gold in the bargain, but it wasn't much to begin with. And I was glad of it in the end. I once watched him beat up a fellow who had decided not to pay him.
Thanks for the hint.
Indeed. Could it be worth anything to you?
Here you are, 5 gold pieces.
Thanks, man. Looks like I can take a few tonight after all. I won't forget this.
Can you teach me how to fight better?
I might well be able to give you a hint or two.
I agree with you completely.
Can't rely on that.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
I found your buried things.
Then you should be carrying about 100 gold coins, a golden chalice, a silver dish, and an amulet, and they're all mine. Give them here.
Here's your stuff. A bag with 100 gold coins, a golden chalice, a silver dish, and an amulet.
Very good. You're lucky that you weren't dumb enough to simply take the stuff and run. Here's your share of the booty.
Hey! Nothing to be had there.
amazes me anymore.
I'm staying out of it.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Couldn't get away with that.
It's a bad business.
I'm staying out of it.
Hey, you! About those stone tablets, I've got one here.
Thank you. That's enough. Now I could keep my promise to the water mage in town and then go home at last. I'll pay you for them, of course. I'm going home now. Come with me if you like. Maybe I can sell you a few things that might interest you when we get there.
Been there, done that.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
It had to happen sooner or later.
I'm no better off myself.
Can't rely on that.
That's not what I heard.
Been there, done that.
Will it ever change? You hardly know who to believe these days.
You don't have to tell me that.
So much for...
could tell you.
I never knew that.
Things I could tell you.
That was obvious all along.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
I agree with you completely.
This here is your hut?
Yes. Why? Anything wrong with it?
Don't you have any problems with the mercenaries?
As long as I don't interfere with their business, they'll leave me alone too. Moreover, they're good customers, and I pay them to keep an eye on my house when I'm not home.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Show me how I can hit harder.
Right. Pay attention. There's a simple trick.
Do you really believe that?
When you hit, you don't take strength from your arm, but from your entire body. Turn your hip,
Really said that.
bring your shoulder to the front, and stretch out your arm at the same time. If you hit right, you'll notice the difference.
That was no big deal.
Show me how I...
If you want to learn more, you'll...
I've gone about it differently.
He really should have known better.
Show me your...
There isn't much...
He really said that.
He simply needs to practice more.
All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that.
The things I could tell you.
You listened to the wrong people.
Same old thing all over again.
Will it ever change?
Tell me that isn't true.
He never would have thought of that himself.
I couldn't care less.
That's really not my problem. That's been known a long time.
Things would have turned out differently if it hadn't been for us.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
I've got no time for things like that.
No, he insisted he knew better. Nothing you can do about it.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
That was obvious.
I'm gonna rip you to pieces.
Yes! As fast as you can!
I've got no time.
Is it really true? Don't tell me you didn't know that.
What does he know about duty? No idea, you tell me.
But no, he insisted he knew better.
Same old thing all over again. I'm gonna rip you to pieces! I'm gonna rip you to pieces!
Everything all right?
Yes, I'm fine. That Alvarez has become bolder and bolder lately. Good thing that's over now. What I could use now is a good drop in the tavern.
You're not from around here, right?
I come from the Southern Isles. At some point they said they needed people in Corinnes because of that magic ore. But when I got there, they had this huge barrier in place, and I didn't want to go in there, so I started working in the harbor. Well, the ships stopped coming in, and so I went to work for Akil. I've had worse jobs, actually.
You hang out in the tavern?
That's right, but not recently. I cannot afford going there anymore.
What exactly is going on there in the tavern?
There's gambling there. Two fellows compete against each other. Whoever can hold the most beer wins. In the end, I did nothing but lose, and now I need to make some more money first.
Who did you go up against?
Against Rukar, that old good-for-nothing. So far, he's beaten me every time. But somehow I have the creeping suspicion that the filthy swine has laced my beer with gin every time. I suspect he keeps the gin hidden in that damn chest of his, that lousy scumbag. Somebody ought to sneak some plain water into his chest. Then he could lace my beer all he wants. If I only had enough money to compete against him one more time.
Wait a minute. You...
Have to listen.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Been there, done that.
That's been known a long time.
Nobody wants to know.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help.
Same old thing all over again.
Never knew that.
Is the beer any good here?
It's not exactly the best, but in these bleak times, you can't be choosy.
You listened to the wrong people.
What are you doing here?
Up until a few weeks ago, I was slaving away on the landowner's fields. One day it just got too much for me, and I took myself out of there straight away. Now I'm my own boss. Everything I own is in this chest here. That's all I need, too. Interested in a little contest?
That will never change.
What kind of a contest would that be?
I call it bottoms up. The rules are quite simple. We take turns ordering a tankard of the best beer the old geezer has to offer. Every tankard has to be drunk dry so that it doesn't even leave a ring if you set it on the table upside down. The last man standing wins. The loser pays the tab and a steak. Well, how about it?
Maybe some other time, when I'm not in a hurry.
That doesn't surprise me.
Could I bet on someone else, though?
Certainly. If you finally manage to find someone with the guts to go up against me, then I'll bet with you. Everybody pays the same amount into a pot. The winner gets everything. The size of the stake depends on your purse. Bring me someone who dares to go up against me and you've got a bet.
That was obvious all along.
I've got somebody who wants to compete against you.
Who might that be?
Randolph.
Randolph the Braggart. All right, why not? Send the wimp to me and the deal stands. You can pick him up again no more than 2 days later. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and he'll be able to stand by that. How big is your bet?
That's been known.
100.
That's what I like to hear.
Nobody wants to know.
I'll take your bet and hold it until the contest is over, all right?
It had to happen sooner or later.
Here's my...
All right. Don't take too long bringing Randolph here, you hear?
I've got no time for things like that.
I agree with you completely.
It had to happen sooner or later.
How much money do you need for the contest?
10 gold coins.
I'll give you the money to compete against Rukar.
Really? Thank you so much. I'll repay you soon. If I win, I'll even fork out a little more than that. I'll be seeing you.
Hey! Hey, you!
That's not what
I used to say that myself.
Yeah, he really said
Nothing to plunder.
You don't have to tell me that.
It was a fine mess you got me into. Now I can play lookout for Rukar again.
Why?
As long as he's holding his little contests in there, it's better if no outsider learns about it. It's not good for business, you see.
I'm staying out.
Who are you?
I'm Orlan, the keeper of this here modest tavern. What are you looking for, stranger? Maybe a decent sword or a good piece of armor? A good swig from the country stills or just some information? I can give you all that and more if your coins ring.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
Am I being paranoid, or are you staring at my ring?
Well, I'm not quite sure what to make of that.
It had to happen.
It's an aquamarine. Ever seen one before?
Yes, I have.
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, welcome to headquarters, brother of the ring. What can I do for you?
He never would have thought of that himself.
Have you ever used a teleporter stone?
Are you out of your mind? As long as none of the water mages swear to me that there's no danger, I'm not going anywhere near those things. They ordered me to hide one of those teleporter stones, and
that doesn't.
Apart from that, I'm staying well away from them.
No one really wants to hear that.
That's not what I heard.
Where is this teleporter stone?
There's a cave to the south, not far from my tavern. That's where the water mages found one of those things.
I'm staying out of it.
Can I have a look at this teleporter stone?
I don't care. Here's the key. No, I've blocked the entrance.
That will never change.
Do you know that fellow with the eye patch?
I've seen him here before. Nasty piece of work. Back then, he moved into one of my upstairs rooms, along with a huge crate. He had to be constantly nagged about paying the rent for his room. And even then, he took his own sweet time about it. Then, one day, he vanished, just like that, along with the crate. I don't want anything to do with the likes of him.
You just have to listen.
What kind of armor can you offer me?
I have here a very nice piece that is sure to please you.
No one really wants to hear that.
I'll think about it.
As you like, but don't...
Nobody wants to know.
Show me your wares.
Certainly, brother of the ring.
That's no secret.
That was obvious all along.
I couldn't get away with that.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
It had to happen sooner or later.
That doesn't surprise me.
How much do you charge for a room?
For a brother of the ring? Nothing.
Here's the key to the upper rooms. You pick one for yourself.
And that's the truth.
How's it going with your tavern?
Times have been better, you know? People's purses aren't as open as they used to be.
That's really not my problem.
You just have to listen.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help it.
It was his decision, wasn't it?
There's nothing you can do about it.
It's no secret.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
I couldn't care less.
I've gone about it differently.
No idea. You tell me. No one really wants to hear that.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
That's no secret.
That's all just gossip.
He thinks it's as easy as that. Can't rely on that.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
I used to say that myself.
That was obvious all along.
And there's more, believe me.
I'm no better off myself.
No one really wants to hear that.
You hardly know who to believe these days.
It had to happen sooner or later.
Is it really true?
It was his decision, wasn't it?
Do you really believe that?
You don't have to tell me that.
I agree with you completely.
No idea. You tell me.
You listened to the wrong...
The things I could tell you.
Do you really believe that?
You just have to listen.
That's really not my problem.
And there's more, believe me.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
That was no big deal.
I'd have gone about it differently.
You just have to listen. And there's more, believe me.
You listened to the wrong people.
Hey, you!
He really should have known better.
But no, he insisted he knew better.
He really should have known better.
That's really not my problem.
No one really wants to hear that.
I'm no better off myself.
The things I could tell you. Been there, done that.
That was obvious all along.
Can't rely on that.
I'd have gone about it differently.
There you are, finally. I've been waiting for you.
What happened?
The drinking contest is finally over.
Who won?
This time, Randolph has won. Rookar must have been having a bad day.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Well, I hope that was the last time. I don't want that kind of to do in my house ever again, remember that.
Don't tell me you didn't know that.
I've gotten...
I'm no better off myself.
You seem to have bitten off more than you can chew.
Here's your money, and not one word more.
Don't tell me you didn't know that.
Wait a minute.
That was no big deal.
Hangover? No, I feel fine, really. It finally worked this time. Thanks again for your money. Here, take it back. Looks like Rookar won't be getting up anytime soon.
You just have to listen.
That's not what I heard.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
I'm no better off myself.
Hey, you! The teleporter stones seem to work nicely.
You actually did it? You really went in?
Yes, they obviously still work.
Unbelievable. I have to look at this more closely later.
Hey, you! Hey! About the missing ornaments.
Yes?
Here, I have another.
Oh, that's terrific.
Now only 2 more are missing. Maybe you can find them too. Here, I can give you some gold coins for your trouble.
About the missing ornaments.
Yes?
How many were there again?
There are 4. You should find the others.
Nothing there. Hey! Found out anything new?
Not really. Come back.
Really, how interesting. He had better shiny works all day, too.
He can't keep anything to himself.
Secret. You don't say. Everybody knows.
I'm not touching that.
Things I could tell you.
and Enos in his wisdom did so.
Hey! About this weapons dealer. About those missing people.
Yes?
Let me tell you what I know. Elvrich, Master Thorben's apprentice, told me that the bandits take the kidnapped people out of Corinus by sea. Some pirates are involved in this somehow. I haven't quite figured out their role yet. I rescued Elvrich from the bandits. The bandits dragged off a girl named Lucia.
I think you're on the right track. Just carry on.
Can you heal me?
Adanos!
Hey, you! I've got this stone tablet. Can you tell me more about it?
Those are artifacts from the old culture, which we have been investigating for some time. There are several kinds of them. Some contain information about the history of the ancient people, and that is the kind I am interested in. Bring me all of those that you can find. I shall give you an appropriate reward.
I'll never get this open without the right key.
Thanks for saving me.
Hey, you! Elvrich will work for you again from now on.
I can only hope that he won't disappear again when the next little tart waves her skirt at him. Take this gold as a reward for bringing back my apprentice.
It's gonna get even worse.
And it's going to get even worse.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
His decision.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
Someone's gonna do the work.
That's all just gossip. As if I didn't have enough problems.
Hey, you still here? Didn't I tell you to piss off? Now I'll show you who's boss around here. Hey, you now. Hey, you now. Hey, you now.
watch out who you tell what.
These are bad times.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's not fair. That's not good. See, he can't keep anything to himself.
Works all day. You don't say.
Same old thing always.
Honestly, I witnessed it myself.
Can you hear?
I don't know.
I want to make a donation to Adenos.
A donation to the Church of Adenos would alleviate a part of the sins which you may have committed, my son. How much can you give?
I've got 50 gold pieces.
I thank you in the name of Adenos, my son. Your gold will be distributed among the needy.
Things I can tell you.
Really, how interesting.
Someone's gonna do the work.
That's what I've always said.
I want.
You simply.
I bless you in the...
You don't say.
I want.
Inos in...
He can't keep anything.
I want to make it.
Inos, give him...
He simply talks too much. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
You didn't get that from me. And so he set himself between his brothers in order to reconcile their...
Hey. Hey, you. I want
A donation. How much?
I've got 100 gold pieces.
I bless you. May the path...
That's what I've always said.
thing all over again.
He never would have thought of that himself.
I'm staying out of it.
Tell me that isn't true.
Do you really believe that?
He really should have known better.
That doesn't surprise me.
There's more, believe me.
That doesn't surprise me.
I used to say that myself.
I'm not telling you anything new.
I've got no time for things like that.
But no, he insisted he knew better.
There's more, believe me.
Nothing there.
I couldn't care less.
Listen to the wrong people.
I used to say that myself.
That was quite obvious. To step in and sort things out.
That's been quite a long time. Tell me you didn't know that.
Would this package of swamp weed happen to be yours?
Well, I'll be... Where'd you get that?
It's a long story.
Doesn't matter. Really, you're a decent guy. Here, take this as a reward. Have fun with it. First, let me roll a few.
I agree with you completely. You hardly know who to believe these days.
That was quite obvious.
No one really wants to hear that.
Thinks it's as easy as that.
He really said
I couldn't get away with it.
I can't believe that.
Wait a minute.
That's the first I've heard of that.
And? Found a new task yet?
Not so far.
Of course we got him in the end.
He said that.
That's the first I've heard of it. No one picked that up then.
I want to improve.
You can't rely
We got
on
him in the end. That was quite obvious.
That was off myself.
Said.
They can't off myself
Sooner or later.
You don't have to tell me
myself.
that.
Can you?
I'm not a bad fighter, but still, I think I can show.
And that's the
That's
truth.
all just gossip.
Of course we got it sooner or later.
Nobody wants to know.
Do you really believe that?
You don't have to tell me that.
Opinion.
No one really wants. There's more.
Can you teach me how to?
I might.
If he doesn't see that, I I can't help it. I agree with you completely.
But he knew that all along.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
That was no way. Been there. And my vote doesn't count much, since I haven't been here for long. But when Lee asks me, I'll vote for you.
Lee is the leader of the mercenaries, isn't he?
Right. Hey, now I remember where I know you from. You were in the colony, too.
So I was.
I didn't see you when the Big Bang happened. Not for a while before that, either.
I had other problems.
You've missed out on quite a lot, then. Things have changed since we were in the Slammer together.
What became of the mercenaries in the colony?
Once the barrier was gone, Lee let us out of the colony. He said that nothing could happen to us if we all stuck together. And he was right. It wasn't too long before we found ourselves a cozy spot right here. The landowner pays us to beat up the militia from the city, and most of us would have volunteered to do that even without pay. But Onar feeds us all, and we can bide our time until we see a good opportunity to get away from this blasted island.
He never would have thought of that himself.
Same old thing, all over again.
Believe that?
It had to happen
You
sooner
have
or
to
later.
step in and sort things out. He really didn't deserve that.
No big deal.
I used to say
I'm
that
not telling you anything new. Bad business.
He didn't get that from me. Of course we got him in the end.
No one really
Do you really believe that?
You don't have to tell me.
No one really
It was just like you said, a thing or two.
That was no big deal.
Hey!
Nobody ever asked for mine. He really didn't
No
deserve that.
one really wants to hear that these days.
That's been known a long time.
Same old thing, all over again.
And there's more, believe me.
I agree with you completely. I can't help it.
I don't believe this is gonna change. He didn't get that from me.
But no, he insisted he knew better. That's
I want to
just gossip. I'm not telling you anything new.
He didn't get that from
Come
me.
back once you...
But no, he insisted he knew better. That's not what I heard.
You just have to listen.
That's all just gossip.
Come back once...
Quite obvious.
Good. Now you can use your abilities better.
Believe
You
that?
just have to listen.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
It was just like you
So
said.
you didn't know that. Is it really true? It's a bad
Been
business.
there, done that.
I couldn't get away with that.
That was quite obvious.
Nothing you can do about it.
I couldn't get away with that.
Got it.
I don't believe this is gonna change. Hey, here you are.
And now. Let that be a lesson to.
Hey.
And let that be a lesson to him.
Hey, here.
And let that be a lesson to him.
He doesn't even know how to hold a sword.
He didn't get that from me.
I can't help him. I'm not telling you anything new.
You got my own business.
Can I don't have.
He really said that completely.
That's more, believe me.
That's been over a long time.
Hey, you.
I never know that. I agree with you completely.
You've got to step in and sort things out.
Again.
I'm not telling you anything
change.
new to believe these days.
He really didn't deserve that.
Nobody wants
will
to
learn
know.
anything from me.
Here you.
And let that be a lesson.
Here you are again.
And now for. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. Take your grubs.
That's no secret. I've got no time for things like that.
Staying out of it.
Really should have known better.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. So.
And now for the fun part. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. Take. Here you are. Take your. So.
Can't He thinks it's as easy as that.
Here you...
Hey, you!
Here you are again. So... Here you are.
You'll regret this. Can't rely on that.
What do you want this?
You hardly know who to believe these days.
Me?
What?
That's exactly...
I've been doing...
There was no big
Bad business.
And
my
now
God.
for the fun. That hit the spot.
Smart kid.
I'm staying out of it.
Why haven't I would have thought of that himself? Nobody will learn anything from me.
Get away with that.
He thinks it's as easy as that.
I agree with you completely. See that? I can't help him.
I've got my own opinion about that.
I'm staying out of it.
I wouldn't be so sure.
He never would have thought of that himself.
That was quite obvious.
Things like that.
He never would have thought of that himself.
I hardly know what to believe anymore.
Wait a minute.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
How's it going?
I'm curious to see whether they'll let you join.
That's really not my problem.
Wait a minute.
So you didn't know that.
Looks like I'll have to teach you some manners, doesn't it?
Go ahead, give it a try.
Have to step in and...
Put away.
Oh my God.
Ah, a fight. And now for...
Really,
I can tell you.
He insisted he knew better.
That was no big deal.
Not bad.
That's no
As
secret.
trouble as it is.
But nothing that all along. I'd have gone about it differently. Nobody will learn anything to believe
All
these
over
days.
again.
No one really
Never
wants to
change.
Go.
Can't rely
Gone about it differently.
Oh my God.
A fight.
Never change.
You didn't get that from me.
If he doesn't see that, I can't help him.
And now for the...
Not
Let that be a
bad.
lesson to him.
It had to happen sooner or later.
Oh my God.
Got no time for things like that.
Believe these days.
No idea. You tell me.
He insisted he knew better.
Been there, done that.
Gone about it differently.
Not bad.
Showed him.
Nobody wants to know.
Gone about it differently.
You don't step in and sort things out.
I used to say that myself.
That'll never
Will
change.
you put away that damn weapon? Oh my God.
And now?
Not bad.
Go.
Can't rely on it.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Not bad.
Go.
Oh my.
All that matters is strength. So don't tell me that.
I can't believe
That'll
that.
never change.
That was obvious.
It can't go on like this
Sooner or later.
forever.
You don't have to...
Not bad.
Oh my god.
He really should have known better.
Not bad.
Look.
Oh my god.
Not bad.
Looks like I'll have. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
A fight.
Not bad.
Go.
It had to happen. Oh my God.
A
That was no big deal.
I can't go on like this forever.
Not bad.
Go.
Oh my god.
Nobody will learn anything.
Oh my.
Don't tell me you didn't know that.
Not bad.
Go.
Oh my god.
Nothing amazes me anymore.
Oh my.
I hardly know what to believe any different.
That's all just gossip.
That was quite obvious.
Same old thing all over again.
I wouldn't see that. I can't help it.
And now,
That's really not my problem.
This is
That's all just gossip.
Nobody ever asked.
He really said that.
You just have
That's
to listen.
really not my problem.
Who said that?
That was no big deal.
As if I didn't have enough
I've gone
problems.
about it differently.
Let that be a
bad.
lesson to him. Go.
Not bad.
Looks like I'll have. Go.
Oh my god.
For something.
Agree with you.
Go.
Been there, done that. Oh my God. Nobody wants to know.
Really?
Got my own.
That's all. Never would have thought of that himself.
Not bad at all.
Get away with that.
I wouldn't problem solve
That's all
myself.
just gossip.
And that's the truth. It had to happen
It's
sooner or
just
later.
up.
Same old
You
thing.
already know what
all
I
over
agree
again.
with you completely.
And that's the truth. Nobody wants to know.
Hardly know who to believe these days.
Don't you try that again.
Me.
You don't have.
Wait a minute. All right, you win. What do you want?
I used to say that myself.
That's not
There's
what I heard.
more, believe me.
Here's your sword back. High time, too.
Tell me that isn't true. That was no big deal.
I'm staying
I
home.
listen to the wrong people.
Tell me that isn't true.
It can't go
I
on
agree
like this
with you
forever.
completely.
How many of Silvio's men are still on my list? Rod looks a little worse for the wear. Fester tried to take me for a ride. That was his mistake.
Good. Keep it up. I expect you to rough up at least 3 of them.
Yeah, he really said that. Nobody will learn anything from me.
I'm in enough trouble as it
Who
is.
wants to know?
He didn't get that from me.
He doesn't even know how to hold.
Hey!
What do you want this?
But he knew that all along.
No
What?
one really wants
That's
to hear
exact-
that.
I've been too nice.
Nobody will learn anything.
Been there, done that.
That's really not my problem.
That's the first I've heard of it.
That was no big deal.
Oh my god!
Better watch out who you
Listen to the wrong people. I would have thought.
Let that be a lesson to...
That'll never change.
Hey, you!
What do you want?
That's been known a long time.
Hey, you!
What do you want?
As if I didn't have enough.
Me?
No one
That's
really
exact-
wants to
I've
hear
been-
that.
A long time.
Oh my god!
Who's ever gonna change that?
That was
You already
obvious
know
all
what I
along.
think.
Let
Not
that be a
bad.
lesson to...
Hey, you!
What do you want this time?
That's exact-
I've been...
But he
Can't
knew
rely
that
on
all
that.
along.
I couldn't care less.
I don't know who to believe these days.
Ah.
God.
I wanted to watch out who you tell
Let that be a lesson to...
Hey!
What?
That-
I've been too nice.
My God.
You have to stop.
Oh!
As if I did off myself.
Oh!
I wouldn't be so sure about it differently.
Do you really think?
Let that be a lesson to him.
Just you wait, you son of a bitch.
Hey!
What do you want?
That's exact-
There's more, believe me. My God.
That's all just gossip. Hold a sword.
Let
Not
that be a lesson
bad.
to him.
Hey!
What do you want this time?
That's exact-
I've been...
You have to step in and sort things out.
So don't tell me that. Nobody will.
Oh my god!
Let's wait and see what happens.
Gone about it differently.
Let that be a lesson to...
Hey!
What?
Me? That's ex-
I've been...
I've got no time for things like that.
Nobody will learn anything from me.
Not bad.
Hey, you!
What do you want this time?
Methinks I'm gonna-
What?
That's exact-
I've been...
He really should have known better.
I'm in enough trouble as it is.
Really not my...
that be a lesson to him.
Hey, you! Me, that's
I've
got no time for things like that.
Oh my god!
You don't have to tell me that. He really... He really should have known that here. You should have known that. You don't have to tell me that.
That's not my problem.
Been there, done that.
You showed him.
Hey, you!
What do you want?
That...
I've been...
Oh my god!
Same old thing all over again.
He really said that.
It can't go on like this forever.
Ah, a fight.
He didn't get that from me.
That hit the spot.
I've gone about it differently.
Of course we got him on the end of that.
He doesn't even know how to
More,
hold a
believe me.
sword. So don't tell me that.
What did you
Same old thing, all over again.
He never would have thought of that himself. Just gossip.
You can't rely on them.
We'll see about that.
Anymore, people.
Was his
I hardly
decision?
know what to believe anymore.
I'm staying
That's
out of it.
really not my problem.
You don't.
Wait a minute!
All right.
Tell me that isn't
That's
true.
all just gossip.
No idea.
I'd like to become a mercenary here. Do you mind?
Do whatever you want.
Figure that.
So don't tell me that.
Really didn't
I'm
deserve
staying
that.
out of it.
Here.
Do you have the reason?
How many of Silvio's men are still on my list? Rod looks a little worse for the wear. Fester tried to take me for a ride. That was his mistake. I went to see Raoul.
And?
He was badly in need of a proper licking.
That's enough. That's enough. I'm impressed. If Lee asks me, I can vote for you without hesitation.
Really get so worked that.
Nothing amazing Lee said that.
That's the first quite obvious.
Well, I'm not telling you anything new.
Do you really think?
Just listen
Same
to him
old thing
talk.
all
Heard
over
of it said
again.
that.
I'm in enough trouble as it is.
Don't tell me telling you anything new.
And there's more, believe me.
That's been cool
We got to the
time.
end.
Nobody
Is it
wants
really
to
true?
know.
How's my reputation among the mercenaries?
Let's see. Wolf says he has nothing against you joining. Jarvis thinks you're on the right side.
Completely.
Cypher says that for him it was crystal clear that you'd get to join. Something seems to have made him really happy. You seem to have convinced Rod that you're strong enough. Sentenza won't vote for you. He says you still owe him 50 gold pieces. I don't need to say anything about Silvio and Bolko. Those two morons are against everyone. Buster says you're okay, and Dar says you're a blabbermouth. But his vote doesn't count for very much here. The rest of the mercenaries haven't said anything. You convinced most of them by passing the test. Although a lot of them say that getting a farmer to pay his rent was too easy for a test. You have my vote in any case. At any rate, you won some fair duels already. There's quite a lot, but it still isn't enough.
About that.
You'll have to keep fighting with the boy.
I'm not telling you anything new.
Or himself was after him.
I've got no time for things like that.
And now, let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. Take.
And now for the fun. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are again. Take.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you.
And now.
He really said that.
Same old thing, all over again.
That's not what I thought.
Staying out of it.
That's the truth about that.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are.
And now. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are.
And now. Got my own opinion.
You listen to the wrong people.
He didn't get that from me. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here. Take.
And now. Let that be a lesson.
Here you.
Is it really true?
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here.
That's.
Here you are.
And now. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you... Hey, here you... Ah.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here... Take your grubby paws. So... Here you are.
And ah! Oh! Oh! Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are again.
And now...
Ah.
Ah! Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. So...
And...
Ah.
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you...
And now for...
Ah, a fight.
Ah! Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. Here you...
And now for the...
Ah, a fight.
Oh! Oh! Ah! 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 Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you...
Ah!
You showed him. Here you are again. Ah. Here you are again.
And let that be a lesson to him.
Here you... So...
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are. Take your... So...
Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you...
And now for the fun part.
A fight.
You showed him.
Here you...
And now for the... You showed him.
Here you are. So... A fight. Let that be a lesson to him. Here you are.
And now for the fun part. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here... Here you... Here you are.
A fuck. You showed him.
You listened to the wrong people.
Here you...
And now for... You showed him.
Here you are.
And now for... a fuck. Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you... Take your grubby... So,
And now for... Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you...
Let that be a lesson to him. Let that be a lesson to him.
Now, a lot. I only. Here you are.
And now for the... Don't slug him now! Don't share now! Let that be a lesson to him.
Here you are.
And now... Don't stop now! Don't stop now! Don't stop now! Give it your all. Don't stop now! Don't stop now! Don't stop now! Finish him! Watch out! That hurt. Watch out! That hurt. Parry then! Finish him! Don't stop now! Watch out! That hurt. Finish him! Finish him! Watch out! That hurt. Parry then! Finish him! Finish him! Don't stop now! Finish him! Finish him! Let that be a lesson to him. And now... Finish him! Finish him! Finish him now! Finish him! Watch out! Let that be a lesson to him. Don't stop now! Don't slug him now! Finish him! Finish him! Let that be a lesson to him. Watch out! That hurt. Shit, that hurt. Parry then! Finish him! Don't slug him now! Don't slug him now! Don't slug him now! Finish him! Let that be a lesson to him. And now... Don't stop now!
You showed him.
Let that be a lesson to him. And now for the...
A fight.
Let that be a lesson to him. And now for the... Parry then!
That hit the spot.
Let that be a lesson to him. And now for the...
A fight.
Parry then! That hit the spot. Watch out! That hurt. Shit, that hurt. Watch out! That hurt.
You showed him.
Let that be a lesson to him. Parry then! That hit the spot. Parry then! That hit the spot. Ow! That hit the... Oh! Parry then! Let that be a lesson to him. A fight? Let that be a lesson to him. You'll... Parry then! Shit, that hurt. Parry that! That hit the spot.
Don't try that again. All right, you win. What do you want?
I have come to join you.
Nice for you. Do you understand that the mercenaries are going to vote whether you get to join them or not?
Will you vote for me?
Just because you beat me? No.
Here's your 50 gold pieces.
Well, thanks. That'll do.
Will you vote for me?
Just because you beat me? No.
I've got no time for things like that.
That was no big deal.
If he doesn't see that, he can't help himself.
It can't go on like this forever.
Believe me.
Nobody will learn anything. Tell me anything new.
It was just like you
No
said.
idea. You tell me.
Hey, you!
All that matters is strength. He listened to the wrong people. Tell me that.
Don't say you didn't know that. That's quite obvious.
Business.
I've got no time for things like that.
Would you mind if I joined you?
Once you have passed the test, I shall vote for you.
I passed it already.
Well, that's all right then.
You listen to the wrong people.
No one really wants to hear that.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
I agree with you. That's really not my problem.
I'm not touching that.
I'm not telling you anything new.
I've got my own opinions about that. That's the first I've heard of it.
I used to say that myself.
He doesn't see that. I guess it's always me.
Yeah, I feel sorry if you get that from me.
I've got no time for things like that.
I can't help him.
That's the first I've heard of it.
You listen to the wrong people.
It has come to my attention that you have it in for my boys. And as far as I know, you're one of Lee's prodigies. I'm warning you, a few things are going to be different around here soon, and we'll talk about this again then.
You already know who to believe these days.
The first I've heard of it. But he knew that all along.
I've gone about it differently.
You mustn't believe everything.
How's my reputation among the mercenaries?
Let's see. Wolf says he has nothing against you joining. Jarvis thinks you're on the right side. Cypher says that for him it was crystal clear that you'd get to join. Something seems to have made him really happy. You seem to have convinced Rod that you're strong enough. Sentenza will vote for you. He says you were a very reasonable man. I don't need to say anything about Silvio and Bolko. Those two morons are against everyone. Buster says you're okay, and Dar says you're a blabbermouth. But his vote doesn't count for very much here. The rest of the mercenaries haven't said anything. You convinced most of them by passing the test. Although a lot of them say that getting a farmer to pay his rent was too easy for a test. You have my vote in any case, and you won some fair duels. A lot of mercenaries respect that.
That's all just
Most of the mercenaries are for you. As far as we're concerned, you can start with us at any time. Go to Lee. He'll explain everything else to you.
You have to step in and sort things out.
That's the first I've heard of it. You already know who to believe. That was obvious all along. It's a bad business. That's really not my problem.
Nobody wants
You have to step in and sort things out.
I'm not telling you anything new.
That's no secret.
Of course we got it in the end.
Bad business. Bad business. I've gone about it.
You should really have known better.
You mustn't believe everything you hear.
If you have a problem with wolves or field raiders, go talk to one of the younger mercenaries. You can come to me when the paladins show up here.
What?
Whenever one of you peasants comes to me, it's always about slaughtering innocent beasts.
I'm not a peasant.
Oh? What is it you want then?
All that matters is strength.
I want to become a mercenary.
You look more like someone who'd been born to work in the field, boy. Can you wield a weapon then? So, how about one-handed weapons?
I'm not so bad at that.
And two-handed weapons then?
I'm surely gonna get better.
Well, at least you're not a damn beginner. All right, I'm gonna vote you in. Whatever else you need to know, you can learn from me.
Will it ever change?
Been there, done that.
Nobody ever asked for my opinion.
It's been going on a long time.
What are the advantages of one-handed or two-handed weapons?
A good question.
You mustn't believe everything.
I see you've given the subject some thought. One-handed weapons are faster, but a little weaker. Two-handers cause more damage, but you can't strike as fast. Also, you need more strength to wield a two-hander. This means additional training. The only way to become really good is to invest a lot of effort.
It's a bad business.
That's no secret.
I've heard that you belong to the Ring of Water.
What rat has not been able to keep his big trap shut?
Lee told me about it.
Looks like I've got a deal with you now, doesn't it? All right, so what do you need? And be damn careful about what you tell me. For if I don't like what I hear, I just might skin you alive.
as it is.
Nobody will learn anything from me. He doesn't even know how to hold a sword. Nobody wants to.
I want your armor.
Say that again and you get to pick up your teeth from the ground.
That is his strength.
I want your weapon.
That's it. You've gone.
I never use that. The wrong people. He never would have thought of that himself.
If you
What? Forever.
Wait a minute.
You hardly know who to believe these
you
days.
well, what?
That's the first I've heard of it.
No idea. You tell me.
I don't really need any.
If that's what you want, you had your chance. And woe betide you if I hear that you can't keep your trap shut.
Nobody ever asked for my opinion.
What?
I'd have gone about it.
What should I learn first? One-handed or two-handed combat?
Those two types of arms are rather similar. As soon as you reach the next level with one type of weapon, you automatically learn for the other as well. If, for instance, you're good at fighting with one-handed swords, but still a beginner with two-handed weapons, your two-handed skills will go up as well whenever you train with a one-hander. If you train with one type of weapon only, you'll find the training more exhausting. If you always train both, you'll arrive at the same result with less effort. In the end, the outcome will be the same either way. It's your choice.
I've got my own opinion about that.
He really said that.
I already thought as
hardly
much.
know who to believe these days.
No idea.
Listen to
You
the
tell
wrong
me.
people. That was obvious.
I'll know
better.
Opinion.
Been
There's
there,
more.
done
With a
that.
sword.
I
That
see
really
it. He didn't get that from me.